Hello everyone and welcome to some train building time. Back here in Locomotion. There's a new version out. Sadly, not yet big maps. It's just less buggy. Hey Lena. But yeah, it was a bit of a wild day today, and so we're taking it simple. I thought the last scenario was fun, but crucially, we can do better. So, how about we all start working on our own scenario? With that, I want to point out something. Like, we can just go to expert and we can select all the trains that we want. So they have some interesting ones, like, the base one, the APTs, for example. They're British trains. We can see which boxcars we want to have, etc. But, crucially, we can also... So only 244. Yeah, still. We see when that will be changed. I think with the big updates. So, as you can see, we have a few mods. So before we start, I want to ask, are there any trains you would like to see in this scenario? Yeah, I mean more like, are there many maybe some regional rails, like French trains, German trains, etc. you would like to see, because then we can add it. Hondenkop, you mean those? Obviously, then they will be in. So we're definitely having some Dutch trains in here. You know what? When we're doing Dutch trains, let's just look. Ooh, I think we have a few. Sorry, already a small warning if you're hearing something in the background. Agonia is like probably at the lowest point she's ever been during our relationship, as in she's genuinely ill right now. It quite literally has not happened yet. So, you know. Yeah, we have some German locomotives in there. That's definitely good. The Dutch one we have, so that's fine. That's fine. Steam engines. Oh yeah, any Steam engines you might want in the game, because there's already one directly at the top I think you might enjoy seeing in the game. Yeah. There was a mod back in the day that added some Swedish electric locomotive heavy duty iron war trains. Okay, that's cool, but look cool. Blue, I think, with a white strap inside. It was one of the most powerful electric locomotives ever built. A Garrett engine? Well, there is the big boy, if we want to have the big boy in our scenario, which is probably going to be insane anyway. So the question is, do you want the big boy? Yeah, how is the Swedish one? Because there is a Swedish lock pack. Oh, I very found it. El Cap Your. Mm. Let's just Google this one. Is there a general Sweden pack, maybe? Nope. But there should be. But yeah, I will tell her it's definitely get well from Lena. Yep, it's a bunch of stuff at once. Like she generally just was like, "Hey, maybe I can sit up a bit." Oh, you know what? There we have it. Ooh, I know which one we are going to. I know what we're also going to install. Um, So we definitely, you know what, we definitely just need then some good cargo rail. Mm-hmm. There we go. That sounds good. That sounds good. What do we have here? Even better, obviously. You don't even need to switch those up anymore. Okay, so I think that is already some good stuff. Average fashion trends much next week. Like good cargo rail deserves love too. Yeah, I just found like some good packs with like from the different epochs of Deutsche Bahn with Deutsche Bahn like cargo rails. So like those will get in. Yeah, the eye candy is there, but everyone, this means welcome to the parlor because I'm going to close this for a second. And go into our downloads. Let's grab all of you. Cut. So we were gonna mix this one with some existing ones, and you know, uh, okay, so in here, and please unpack. There we go. Okay, so you know what? It's kind of funny how I forgot, like going back into the forum where I always was, that they sometimes even made like literal pictures of like, oh yeah, hey, here's this and this and this in there. So copy let's just open it in a new window, and I go back to the mods and paste. Then we have okay, you know what? That is gonna be fiddly. Oh, those! I know that those locomotors. They're really nice. Yeah, I get that. So, okay. Um, okay, here's a problem. So the packs I downloaded for everything is quite literally, oh, that you can't just copy paste into the object data because quite literally I need to now manually go into every single folder with the dat and copy it in. It's like, why? Why would you do that? And everyone, this is gonna at least be good, hopefully. On that note, I do want to have some suggestions though. How should we name our towns? Because we can just rename all of them, you know? I get it probably also because probably also because how's it called? Those are like packs from multiple people. So someone basically went and just made hey, these mods all basically fit together into like, oh yeah, this is like Generation 3 der deutschen Bahngeschichte. Okay, obviously they put all of those together. That's fair enough, I would say. But it's just like not the nicest thing to do. You're gonna be exposed to a bunch of German how's it called, marketing and companies though that are not from here, which is going to be very interesting, which is also ironically one of the reasons why I kind of okay, so I do want to get to how's it called, Pikmin 2 this year. That's kind of my plan. The thing is just, I do want to like, okay, I'm very much feeling that I maybe should play the original GameCube version, because here's the thing. There are different things to collect depending on which country you bought Pikmin 2 in. And that's funny, in my opinion. Because, like, I know Americans are gonna be like, oh, look, I remember that from Pikmin 2, and I'd just be like, ah, so you had, like, Virgin shitty beer bottle cap, and Germans had the GigaChat Sinalco bottle cap. And if you're like, what is that? Well, see, that's why our version is superior. Anyway, Yeah, they had like various different like things they made marketing stuff with which is very interesting. I have to fully admit to that. It's just in Pigment, on the Switch, it's now just generic shit, which I get why, but okay, everyone, we have officially put in all the episode Epoche 3 cargo parts. So time to do Epoche 4. But we don't even not even have Sinalco here. We're also gonna have Africola. Who the hell remembers Africola? Ooh, Edinger. Okay, I think people do know Edinger. It's actually kind of an interesting thing that I don't think happened that much in other countries, because like a lot of companies actually kind of had their transport a lot by train during like Epoch 3 and 3 and it's Epoch. It's basically it's Epoch 3 and 4. That's what we call it. We could just we just have like, I don't know. In Germany we just kind of sort everything into like epochs of trains, which is like, do we need to be extra epic? I guess so. But yeah, that's one thing. Okay, Epoch 4 done. Epoch 5. That's gonna be fun. Oh yeah, they finally announced the new how's it called? Wiki 3 expansions, and wow. This is the year of communism in Wiki 3, isn't it? Like, okay. First expansion, warships and Japan. That's cool. Like, we do love some warships and Japan. Like, Japan generally was a bit underserved, in my opinion. And the historical materialism came. No. Yeah, basically, for everyone who doesn't know, first big expansion of the year is going to be the Great Wave, which is, well, as I said, we're gonna get a shipbuilder. We're gonna have like flagships. Naval combat is going to be redone. And there's going to be way more content on for Japan. So cool, you know. I mean, we all are down with more Japans. I think Japan was already one of those people wanted to play them, but there was just like the Meiji Restoration worked, but not like the best, if you get what I mean. So that's cool. That's like generally one of the coolest parts about this. But then I mean, quite literally, the next one, quite literally, the next expansion after the Great Wave, which is, you know, the one for Japan and ships. Fucking State and Revolution. Oh yeah, we're getting Russia, baby. We're getting. Do you we're getting you play through the fucking revolution, Russia, which is by the way great. If you saw any of our streams, you know that one of the biggest problems that Wiki3 has is that Russia is too stable. And now, hell yeah, communism, baby. They already said they're gonna be more historical leaders. So I'm down for playing Vladimir Lenin. And then also, like the whole, you know what's gonna be great? They explicitly said there's going to be a mechanic in the State and Revolution expansion that you can just send people to Siberia. Like, oh, I don't like you. Off to Siberia you go. Amazing. Perfect. No notes. Okay, what kind of currency do we want to use? Everyone, you can now decide. Euros, Deutschmark, Dollars, Francs, Guilders, Krona. Yeah, what a feature. You can just send people to the gulag. And then the last big one, goddamn China. So like they really are just tackling the biggest stretches of land on the on the map. And it's like great. Yeah, everyone, for this scenario, what kind of currency should we use? I think the Nia broke. What? I'm still here. No, I was just like, I swapped out. I wanted to look at something, maybe some mods again, but I'm here. Don't worry. I just installed a lot of shit. I just saw something which just like, it's so funny how like guilders for your Dutch audience. Okay, if no one has anything to say against that, which style of town names are we going to pick? We have English, French, German, Latin, North American, or silly. I think Latin means South America. I think. We can find out. I guess it's gonna be a homunculus of transportation and location anyway, so who cares? Okay, you know what? I think we should actually make a quote unquote Latin one with like Lutetia, Londinium, Rome, just like all the. The Roman Empire town names should be a mod pack. Oh my god! I need to check how to make that a dat file. That would be fun mod anyway. For all the people that keep thinking of the Roman, but yeah, which style of town names should we pick? I can also roll a dice. It's just one. Oh, it's just six. I can roll a dice if you want. French. Okay. So let's start. Okay, what do we have here? Where our there we go. There it is. And I think I can only select one. Yeah, only one. It's French or English. Very sorry. Yep. Uh, I love that they. You know what? The best thing about the German modding group is that they just put the the actual names onto it. So it's DB GGVWEHS 44 Drehgestell Stellungswagen. Amazing. That's how you do it. Oh, I only installed West German ones. I could have looked into East German ones, but they don't really look that different, honestly. I mean, yeah, fair point. Mainly would be DR in the beginning. Uh, I don't think that's the name though. Großraum Selbstentladewagen. Yeah, obviously we need green. Rungenwagen, yes. I think we were using this pack to remove some of these brand liveries. I get, I see that. I'm just like, okay, we can pop a few in. Sylter fish, obviously. Need a little bit of North German representation for our food strains. Staubgutwagen, BASF, Hinkel, Schwabenmalz, obviously. Oh, yeah, definitely. We Oh, I like that. It's basically yeah, they were used for different things, but because Staubgutwagen is basically roughly translates to like dust dust product transporter. And the BASF was is a chemical company, so it holds chemicals. Bad Reichenhaller is a salt company, so it contains food. Schwabenhals, by the way, is well, a beer company, so duh. Let's keep Schwabenhals in. That's funny. Ooh, steel. Specifically just for steel. Are you alright? Or is it worse? Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Obviously, we take that. Kleinvieh-Verschlagwagen. I think that was probably mostly it, though. Yeah, okay, locomotives. They are. Okay, that's okay. Sorry, Lena. There are East German locomotives, obviously, because they were also used in West Germany. So, do you want the Ludmilla? Because I do think we should put a Ludmilla in. Yep. Oh yeah, for everyone who's wondering, this one, this diesel engine from East Germany was genuinely called Ludmilla. That's the name. I'm still using her, by the way, for cargo rail because that's the irony. The East Germans didn't build a lot of locomotives, but they actually built some that were so good that after the after reunification, the Deutsche Bahn was just like, wait, this is great. Why are we not using them? So yeah, put one in here. That is nice. A few more modern one. Oh, definitely. One 112, the 120s. Obviously the 120s are going in because like when built in East Germany though, With Luhansk, hence the name Ludmilla. Yeah, but they were really, they were mainly used in East Germany, so like, I like that. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, we're gonna do with that. I mean, obviously we're getting in some ICE. IC3 is good, yeah, but I only found an IC1. Ironically, the model I own is an IC2. Okay, so let's put in some rail ones. Okay, obviously we want one early. Hmm? Yeah, we take an E10, obviously. The E10 deserves to be on there. Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, obviously we're gonna put in It's an increase in amount of models. Yeah, I have not found those though. Sorry. Um, okay, now we look what we want to have here. There is the ones I think you mean. Yeah, 10,000 kilowatts. I mean, considering how those have been built, it is really that strong though. Like, that is a monster. That thing is a monster. What do we have here? Block. Yeah, block train has to be. Oh, even the S-Bahn one. Damn. I don't think I have the Fliegende Hamburger on here. No. Yeah, obviously. Obviously. Oh yeah. It didn't supposed to be a 18 though. Pier 18. I didn't see that one either, so might just not be a thing. Okay. Now, I think that we can just turn on. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, so time to activate the rest that we kind of need to. Because we have to start somewhere, you know? Crocodile in, obviously. That's new. Well, ooh, here's the 18. Here it is. Still DR. E18, there we have it. Obviously, we're gonna use that on 1935. That is perfect. It was East European. Oh, you mean that one? I don't know if there's a. I actually don't know if there is a how's it called? You know, something for that. Mm. It was also, I'd sadly say it fell a bit to the wayside, you know, a bit. Okay. Sorry for the not talking a lot, but which kind of brown rock do we want to pick? Ooh, that was they add new stuff. I think those are the ones that they redid. Okay, you know what? I don't know if I want to add the void. Okay, yeah. I know it is very funny if I could say plus have the void. I can have all trees. Trees are fine. Is it gonna look insane? Yes. Who cares? Oh yeah, there are newer versions of them now. Nice. Ooh, better hill shapes. I take that. Better snow, yes. Oh yeah, okay, which climate do we pick? Absolutely. So yeah, everyone, what climate do we want? Do we want Alpine, Australian, British, low Alpine, North American, or North American with no snow? Australian. Oh, okay. We're going to Australia. Okay, we're going with no narrow gauge this time because we don't have shit anyway there. Fucking straight, mate. Okay, stations. Which one do we pick? Okay, these don't. Let me just be clear here. Sucks, good. Which city station? And why is it the first one? We don't need electric third rail. We don't need rec rail, but we need overhead wires. Okay, which one do we pick for the colored light? Is this your time to shine, everyone? Um, okay, so sim for UQ, plus UDQ. Okay. Middle color light. And for aspect. Okay, good. That sounds good. What do we have here? Road 1, road U tram track has to be there. Do they have a new rough road? One. Oh, do we really want to do that to the game? Do we really want to be like that? Just one-way roads? Nah, I don't think so. That would be evil. Okay, US one-way roads or normal one-way roads? I think the US one actually looked kind of nice. Okay, which one do we pick? I want to try this OG rough road though. This looks actually kind of neat what they did here. So, the US style or the European style? Chat, US style or European style? We can look into. Normal dotted lines. Okay. That's actually very fair, yeah. Okay, which level crossings do we pick? Why do I know which one it might probably just be in the end? Yeah, I know that, but it's only from 1955. So what do we pick before that? The gates or signs? Okay. Which street lights? Oh, there's OG ones. That look actually kind of neat. Okay, what do we want here? We want all of them activated, obviously. Oh yeah, right. We get to that. Hmm. That ramp bridge type. Yeah, it would be useful. I think it's called dirt slope, actually. Which scaffolding? Oh, the new one actually looks good. Uh, but for that, I would need to get out again. Shit. I think the worst part is that I apparently can't unselect anything here. Which is like, do I want to redo everything now? Bungalows, they look funny. Nothing else. Okay, we need something. Sorry. Okay, I think we want, which church is that again? Wait a second. I mean, want that one, I suppose. The British style. I think we want breweries, we want chemical works, we want coal mines, coal-fired station, flour mills, factories, flour mill, food processing plants, iron ore, livestock, yes. What? Give me everything. Give me fucking everything. Okay, I can't. Fuck. Okay, what do you want? Managed forest. Paper mill, printing works. Paper mill, printing works. Obviously. Then we should have chemical works and factories. We should also have breweries because, listen, we need a place to produce the estrogen and one place where everyone can get wasted. I get you. Wir brauchen Bier. Okay, which one? Should we get the British style or the other style? Also, wine for maximum debauchery. Good. We can select 5 more. You know what? We have coal. So actually, let's put in iron ore, coal mines, steel mill. Perfect. I have one more thing. Sawmill or ski center? Or livestock. We're gonna have some livestock though. Because like we produce wine and grapes, and we also need something to produce all the ham that the lesbians can dangle into the mouth of their lovers. Obviously. Full on debauchery. Okay, open local device style, let's go with that. Okay, okay, let's actually okay. So I need to select one. I guess that's that then. Yeah, Okay, I will do one thing though now. Don't hate me for this, okay? I want to just see if I undo everything. Because I think they reworked also some of the bridges and such, and I can't change them now. I hope they will actually change, so it is funny how the TGV is though in the Alpine basis. Okay, that should... Okay, I still can't... Okay, still not doable. Fuck. Then we just go back to what we have here. Because, if I can't change that anyway, which sucks, I really hope they will, kick them out at some point. Then I guess we go into the landscape editor. Simplex generator PNG height map file. Simplex is the simplex generator. Yeah. Small cup of tea. Okay. 1 second, everyone. I need to be a good girlfriend right now. And we're back. Okay, you're gonna have livestock. That's the worst. Okay, so the thing is now, do we want to flatlands, have mountains, have hills? How about that? Okay, question. Do we want to actually work on something on our own? Or do we want to make it... or do we want to just say, hey, it will always random generate at the beginning of a round. So whenever we start this one up, everyone has their own... it's not that boring. Anyway, oh, you know what? Why not, actually? Chat. Random generated start? Yes, no. It always random, at least for now. And then we go. Scenario options. Achieve a certain company value. Maybe the top company within the top 3 companies. That's fair. Another scenario. 1 million. Scenario group medium. Time. Okay, you know what? 1 million 1 million paper in 1 year is a little bit much. There we go. Okay, everyone. I guess we can start this one now. Medium. There it is. Okay, let's start our own scenario. is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Let's go be a transport company. Okay, you know what? Yep. Wait, that's the owner name. How's the owner going to... How shall we call the owner? Name for owner. Help. Color schemes? Purple, obviously. Okay, so... Let's find out some stuff. Yeah, it is very rough terrain. I saw that. Coal-fired power station and coal mines are there. Do we have a sawmill? Maybe. Yeah, almost like, fuck, should we go back and say mountains and flats? Actually, let's do that. That's safe. That's better. Ah, that looks much nicer, but also... Oof. I can work with that, though. I can work with that. See, we can go from here. I do have narrow gauge? I do have narrow gauge. But I want to build narrow gauge. Yeah. Mm. they already assimilated. Great. It should. Yeah, except none when you build it. Damn. And it will probably soon. Blackstock sounds like where they keep the cowgirls. Ah, yes. A small part, but still an important part in the lesbian economy. Oh god, someone should make a mod that actually replaces the cow sprites with cowgirl sprites. What? I mean, you're good because, like, they're not producing food here. They should produce, cowgirl milk. Not food. Okay, yeah, that would be food, but you need to make sure that they're not getting slaughtered. I know some are into that, but I think for the general mod that should not be the case. Again, I know some are into that, but that should be a special mod. A separate one. So now Nantes should actually be growing. Locomotion. I know, if some would be, if some people would be in the chat, there would be the question, ooh, is there a war mod for Locomotion? And I'm like, sadly not yet. I don't know. Ooh, look! It's where the Battlefield 1 map exists. Locomotion has a very active modding community, but not the kinky one. Hmm. You should change it when you remove the limits of vehicles in the streets and such. Fair point. How are you doing? Peter? Oh, guessing. Yeah. Oh god, hi bots. Why is 2 bots by? There we go. The only bots allowed in this chat are robot girls. Exactly. Because they're cute. And you can dismantle them and they go, oh. I mean, you know, it's like, you know, oh hey, robot girl needs maintenance, and you pop, you know, a heat shield on the back open and expose all her wires and she goes blush. That's how it works. Obviously. Oh, I completely forgot to put... Oops. Have I shown you my favorite robot girl picture? I don't know. I generally don't know. I feel like you posted it though. I get you. It is good. It is, yep, steamy, to say the very least. Okay, chat, what is your favorite type of girl though? People activating accessing chat from the call. Hey Sophie, how are you doing? Okay, we should slowly start working off our monetary problems. What a plate layer to engineer. Yes. So now we have to pay less interest. Yeah. Favorite type of girls. Go. We need the important discussions in here. Okay, I know there's a big appreciation for robot girls. I get it. Very big one. Doesn't couldn't name a specific. Damn. I mood-based girl enjoying is a very valid type of girl enjoying. Okay, Lamias and Arachnids are genuinely top tier girls. Okay. Like, I know people are like, oh, but say, shut up. Lamias are long, they have very soft scales, they need your body warmth. So they come, coil around you, and give the best hugs. That makes them already superior girls. Not a lot of girls with that many upsides, I will tell you that. And then they unhinged that show. Not the Arachnids, they just spit on you and then you're like, ah. Oop. Ah. Yeah, great if you want to go camping. Why though? The silk. That's actually fair. Autistic and trans is always a bonus points in any scenario. I might be biased. Those are very realistic girl types to enjoy, though, and I agree with that. Never going to be boring with an autistic girl. You need some more tea?
Checking.
Okay.
You always stop talking to me at the last house people in here.
Sorry, I'm just... yeah.
I think I might know what the problem is.
What? I don't think histamines cause, like, an actual fever on you.
I know, I mean the whole I sit up.
Oh. Yeah, that would be a very
Makes
dumb...
sense.
Mm,
S makes system.
yeah, so, like, you have the wombo combo of ouch.
Make it Big Mac with vitamin C.
No, I'd imagine he wants eaten. No, the T with E and A behind it. Okay, you want a Big Mac with vitamin C? How should I do that?
You have a Big Mac, you still start with vitamin C.
So, 2... Okay.
Honest enough. I have not a lot of water in me right now, so...
Okay. Don't think she wants electronic arts either. Shut up! God. The shit posting is unreal right now. Okay, I can. Wait a second. Everyone, let's just keep this running for a bit. I will be back in a second. Okay, we're back. Sorry for the intermission. Okay, 1, 2. Everything all right?
I just realized why it was so smelling so sour this morning.
Because of... Oh well.
Depot tablet.
What?
The depot tablet.
I'm...
Depot tablet.
Oh yeah.
Was it the wrong word in English?
I don't know. There we go. Okay, yeah, so best girl types. That's where we were, I guess.
Your turn.
Okay, you know what? Very obvious one to throw out here. Dragon girls. Okay? They're just top tier girls. Like, they're basically similar to Lamias. That's true, you know, with soft scales, etc. But, crucially, I think one upside they have is that they produce their own heat. It's like, especially when you especially in the winter, dragon girls very, very warm. They just, you know, Okay. Train girls, train hard, and the hard workers. Actually, train girls are very good and unappreciated. That is true. That is incredibly true, actually. I just saw like like a while ago, and it's a shame that we don't have a lot of instances of train girls. It's funny how you can see the reworked ones just rotating smoother as well. It's so funny. Wow! Ooh! That's a question. Steam, diesel, or electric train girls? Oh, okay, that's actually very hard. So here's the thing, okay?
I think that basically describes age most of the time.
To a degree, yeah. I mean, steam train girls have something elegant. No question about that. Okay, but there was this one. Okay, so here's the thing. There is though this one picture of. I need to. You know what? Let me look it up. So. Okay, so someone at least collected them on Reddit. Because okay, back in the day when Twitter didn't completely suck, are steam train girls most by definition? Old trains are yes. Because I'm just gonna again. I am just going to point out that yes, she's diesel, but she's already old. Do we have any discussion about her? Do we have any discussion about this? Nothing appropriate for Twitch chat. No. Good. Okay, so here's the thing. Santa Fe engine, I get her. Elegant. Appropriate. The Canal Express code has also something though. It's like, the future is cute. The future is cute.
She has a part enough already.
Yeah, always too late. I'm coming too late.
And she's coming to Köln.
Oh no, the lesbian that has to go to Köln. No. I'm gay. Yes, Sophie, we know. So the British are not feeling left out? Cute girl. She's probably fighting in pubs after her shift. I don't know. Anyway, so the thing I wanted to point out though about the Sophie, about the whole steam, diesel, or electric train girls, or growth tube girl in it, yes, is So listen, I am not doubting American diesel engine anime girl supremacy. You all know what I mean, right? We all seeing the same thing, right? If I speak so if you want. What the fuck happened this time? Oh, Steam Fairy. Yeah, I don't need that. But yeah, you know what I mean with which one is the best. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to debate this one. I let the girl speak for herself. And her apps. Wow, indeed, game. That is not wrong. That is not wrong at all. That is actually clip worthy. Okay, now everyone, we have some money now. Do we have new trains? Yes, and they look hideous. Okay.
Now you need a mod. Where artists draw one train girl for every train. And you can put them over there.
So it's kind of interesting how we literally just have one very central print work. Anyone down for the DD-A40X Centennial? Most powerful single-frame diesel electric locomotive. I mean, the answer in this chat will be yes. Oh wait, did I fuck up? What? I think, everyone, I think I fucked... no, wait, no. Right, we have printing works. Okay, so... The work sport trains will all be wearing tracks. What? Okay. We're starting at Le Mans. And we will deliver wood.
Does this game have a planning mode?
What do you mean with that?
Like you can plan a railroad, and what it would cost and everything, and then, but you're not building.
Oh no, sadly not.
That beaten by Battle for Middle Earth.
What? What kind of comparison is that?
A valid one. It has a planning mode. It's completely useless in this game, and yet it still has it.
Okay, but they only have that in there because they couldn't do shift.
Ooh. But this game could have it in here.
DD for A40X Triangle could bench first the GP9 Tracker. So we are now comparing the horsepower of the best waifus. I see. Truly educated discussions on this channel. Yeah, when asking statistic transparency for their opinions. I know! And I love where the conversation is going, so I'm not complaining here. I just want to make that clear right off the bat, okay? Okay? Good.
Some of them can talk. Some of them can talk.
A third autistic girl has entered the conversation.
Does it mean they're like Sentai or just twins?
What?
Does it mean they're like Sentai or just twins? Or both?
Are they like Sentai or just twins? Yep, we are in here for the great discussions. I think the funniest part about this is that we found out that you're definitely not alone in your family with that trait.
I knew.
Oh yeah, it's still very funny that there's just more evidence piling up though. Okay, but also like, okay, now the big question. How would that Swedish locomotive look like as a train girl? She would, like, she would be buff as fuck, wouldn't she? Overs curtains fit and iron ore dust. Yeah, that actually fits really well. I am not going to say more about that, actually. It's just kind of on the nose. Let's be true here. Oh yeah, if you're wondering what I'm building here, the Great Wood Transportation Line. What you're building here, a company budget crisis. No. I'm actually building with, like, I don't even have, I don't need to pay money anymore to the bank. Fuck the bank. And the bank. Yes, building the Cybertruck. No. The Cybertruck. I mean, I guess it's just a straight line and then with one curvature because that is ultimately very efficient. Just to get the maximum of high speeds. Honestly, I do like the new terrain generation though. I genuinely think if they get the bigger maps, this is going to be very glorious. No questions asked here. Also, we need to get the Blois, Autant brewery online because the lesbians need alcohol. Not me, but many. Real tracks have curves. Not the high-speed ones, Lena. Not the high-speed ones. The champagne must flow. Sadly, we don't have the wineries hooked up yet. Damn. $45, $80. Ooh. Well, let's see if we graze the brewery or just like charge right through it. Why do like all of my playthroughs end with just like very long tunnel systems? What is up with that? No! Not Wormcut. Look, this is France. Surely people here won't be unreasonably attached to their local breweries, right? I mean, I don't know. The French do not drink that much beer. Right. Shirhulut. No!
Close.
What?
The warm person came pretty close.
Are we really talking Dune right now?
Better than watching Dune.
All the Dune faces need to be covered.
Most of them, at least in the first movie. And so.
For everyone who doesn't know, basically, I once told Agonia, hey, you should read or, at least listen to an audiobook of Dune. You will love it. And turns out she did. I was completely right. I will never be able to watch any Dune movie with her because she is adamant that all the faces need to be covered or it's lore inaccurate.
Not all of them,
Like,
but, the ones that actually do cover their faces.
yeah, I know.
The book is very specific about when they're not covered. It should be easy to follow.
That is not wrong. What's the... That's actually kind of interesting. You know what they actually should add to this game with a mod, or should someone mod in? One of the electric steam locomotives they developed in Switzerland. See, okay, so the thing that Switzerland had was they actually built a pretty strong railway system very early, and like they became like masters in like early tunnel construction and boring. Like, keep in mind, the original Gotthard was made in the 1800s and is still used today. It's like a marvel of engineering. And they had this, like, even with smaller railways, where quite literally people were like, oh yeah, we don't need to actually build, that much of or, you know, that complex of anything. Like, we just, like, pull the trains up, and that's that then. And, say the Swiss are boring. The Swiss are boring all the time. Quite literally. So the thing is, though, that, basically, Swiss started building. So far, so very, very normal. However, the big thing that happened is that they used a lot of, well, steam engines, obviously, because, well, gotta, you know, and they built a bunch of good ones, actually. Like, that's a big thing. But they quickly realized, hey, we have to build long tunnels, and we are really good at getting, you know, the smoke out of those tunnels. Like, no question about that. This is still a problem. And then, obviously, what happened on top is that they quite literally had this. There was this event. I don't know if you know about it. It was a pretty European thing. It's called World War I. And this was basically realized one thing. Oh shit! Coal. We don't have it. All our locomotives run on coal. So the Swiss basically frantically started to work on electrification. Like, obviously one of the most well-known actions of that was building the crocodile. The crocodile was so good that Germany copied it. You're gonna see it later, but quite literally, Germany and a bunch of other countries were just like, oh, that's good. We also want that. We want the same. We also want what the Swiss have. And that's kind of how that happened. World War only one. The war that definitely ended all wars. Absolutely. We made sure it did. There were no sore losers. No completely destructive political ideologies rising. None of that. The thing is, one of the parts that people don't talk about after Poniranti, absolutely, we ended all wars. It was a big one. It was just, you know, we just, like, made nails with heads for once. Just... War is cringe. We're just having one final one. Everything is over. No repercussions. But yeah, basically, Switzerland started to then realize, shit, we need to get away from coal. And one of the things that they did was looking at all their steam engines and being... So technically, the water only needs to be warm for them to run, right? So, after having a mind-boggling revelation, I might say, they basically went and had this idea. Okay, what if we basically, take this, our water boilers that, electric kettles that already work with electricity and just put them in the steam engines. We just basically need to slap a pantograph on the steam locomotive and boom. A lot of basically free electric locomotives without and just, we just cut out the coal. And it kind of worked. Okay, so kind of. Let's actually get into the weeds of that. So here's a problem. I don't know if you know that, but especially for the time, heating water with electricity is genuinely, especially for a steam engine, is not as efficient as doing it with, well, coal. Because coal, again, if you get a coal fire running well, that shit can get hot. So, and you need a lot of steam to have the pressure to, actually move a lot of the engines and haul cargo, etc. Ah. Even if educated, do not tell the British about. Sorry, the British electric. That sounds like put them in their tanks or something. Oh God. But yeah, no. The thing is that in the end, the Swiss actually found out that running steam engines purely on electricity was just not really good. And truth be told, they basically just returned most of their long-distance engines to coal, but then just ramped up the production of crocodiles because, well, it turns out electric locomotives started to outperform steam engines if you poured money into them. So that's a big thing, by the way. What? What do you need? Oh, 1 second. I'm back. Okay, so here's the key thing. On small locomotives, though, this worked surprisingly well. Like, quite literally, they realized, wait a second, for all the shunting work, that's just kind of perfect. Because all the small steam engines didn't need that much power anyway. So they just used them on them. And, then just kept building electric engines, or diesel engines. honestly, I think it tells a lot about a country, how they did treat going away from coal. Quite literally. And like, for example, the Swiss. The Swiss were like kind of the perfect example of just being like, wait a second. Being dependent on coal sucks. Let's get away from them. And then they looked at the you know, and then they looked at the crocodile and were like, wait, this is good? This is actually better. We genuinely only need to make this one smaller and more efficient. So, comparatively, Germany comes into play. And they were like, huh, this is actually really good. However, in some areas, steam is still more important. And it actually made sense. But here's an interesting thing. See, the electrification of the Deutsche Bundesbahn was, well, quite literally something they pushed because, especially in certain regions. Because if you look, for example, at the Ruhr region, okay, this is like the industrial hub of Germany. And the reason they electrified it so fast was transport between the steel mills and co. was just safer, easier, and faster with electricity. But crucially, one of the most important reasons they did that, and keep in mind, coal was cheap. Okay? Especially in the Ruhrgebiet. Coal was cheap. As in, like, you could have, like, it cost nothing. Now, the reason they still electrified there first was passenger rail. Yeah, passenger rail. See, the Ruhr region is like basically just this the thing you know all from like Cyberpunk. Like, it's a mega sprawl. It's quite literally at least 5 or 6 cities that if they would combine into one, it would instantly be like one of the biggest cities in the world. That's how big the Ruhrgebiet is. Now, the thing is, all those people in the Ruhrgebiet need to get to work, and most of the work is like right next to the railway. So what they needed was fast and reliable passenger rail. Which, well, created this thing that they went and were like, okay, let's actually build a multiple unit train running on electricity, and that is going to be our backbone for the Ruhrgebiet. And turns out, ironically, the Ruhr is exactly the opposite of rural. Yeah. And the thing is, that went really well, because So Germany was still sitting, by the way, on a bunch of good locomotives. Like, you need to keep in mind, even those that were built cheap during World War II were really good. Like, to such a stupidly degree good that they have still used today. No, seriously. In Eastern Europe, there is an iron mine that is still using these steam engines because they're just like, they can't, afford nowadays to upgrade them, but also repairing them, they barely break down. Repairs are really cheap and easy to do, and they just do the job. Like, that's the thing. Germany set on a lot of high quality steam engines. Again, we have the fastest one. The Brits can say what they want. They have fucky data and basically just were like, oh, we got it once. Well, we got it multiple times. So like, Flying Scotsman my ass. Lazy cheater, more like. No true Scotsman would tell tall tales like that of being the fastest steam engine. Anyway, so the thing is that we basically that they started upgrading them, okay? Just all of it. And they basically had an express train running through the Ruhrgebiet. And the irony was, what they pointed out is the new multiple unit trains, they used the electric ones. Even though those were really, really early ones, like in the 50s or so, those could do the same trip as that express train in the same time, while basically braking at more stations. Because again, electric multiple unit trains can, because it's a big thing, they can just start and stop easier. So yeah. And that's why the electrifications started to ramp up this fast, because the moment they were able to actually build really good electrical engines was the moment they were able to just have faster express trains. And then at that point, at least in the West, well, they still used steam engines for a bunch, like especially cargo hauling. But in passenger rail, steam was replaced very fast. So East Germany, they still kept using steam. Quite literally because, and I shit you not, Honecker thought that electrical engines are just weak. Okay, here's the thing. Do you ever think about the fact that you just sit on like better technology and you basically just get called by the glorious leader, no, electrical engines are for cucks. What if you're saying Sonica was a dumb ass? Yes. I mean, basically, they all were just more like, you can do more with steam. And the East Germany built a bunch of good steam engines. And then they were like, oh, electrification costs a lot, we can just build diesel engines. And then at some point they were like, okay, listen, this can go on. Electrification might be expensive up front, what we really need to electrify now. And then just build a good electric engine. And here's the thing. The GDR basically just built one electric locomotive in their whole existence. But it was so good. It's still used today. Like, you need to keep in mind, the GDR built their whole, the whole train philosophy of the GDR was built around backwards railways. And this is also why they, we have the current glorious leader pushing to return to steam catapults on aircraft carriers because they man their modern electromagnetic ones or something. No, okay, no, it's Stumble, okay. Okay. Okay, Lena. I kid you not. The new Trump class is actually planned with, well, rail guns. It's planned with that. Now the thing is though, okay? The thing is, those railguns eat a shit ton of money. Oh, about the battleship. Yeah, okay, good. No, I want to just point out, by the way, everyone, whoever heard about the new battleship, which is just insane and eats too much money? Yep. Yeah, railguns, anti-air laser. You know what? On paper, not even that bad. However, it is, and I'm going to be, yeah, here's the thing. Railguns are getting tested right now. They work, they have some sides, but the problem is now basically, I know, but it's getting funnier. So you look at the whole thing of that battleship, a battleship, okay? Stupid, anyway. But what happens is, they were like, oh, we need anti-air lasers, which, similar to the railgun, technically work, but just eat more electricity and power than than they expected, and they still kind of need to update that. So, and basically, the thing is just, in terms of capacity, slightly better than what the current main cruiser is capable of doing. So, whoops. Anyway, and you could put like 6 of them for the price of the battleship. But here's the thing. This fucking battleship, if you think about it, okay, so they're using anti-air lasers, which on paper are better than normal anti-air, but, you know, eat a shit ton of electricity, and railguns, which eat a shit ton of electricity, and then you're like, okay, so this thing is new, it's running on diesel engines. It's running on fucking diesel engines. So, there's going to be some poor Marines who sit on the fucking toilet taking a dump, and then they're like, whoops, we need to fire the railgun. Boom. Lights out on the shitter. Too bad for you, Trump wanted this. Okay. Like, it's not nuclear yet, Sophie. It's not nuclear. It's not a nuclear ship. You'd think it is a nuclear ship because it's the one thing that would make sense. But no, it's diesel. Okay, but I just remember a funny thing. But okay, but what do you mean with the steam catapults on aircraft? Because does he really want to have guns on ships again? Because what? What are we doing here? 5. What? I don't know that one anymore completely. Sorry. It's still Luftflak. You know what? I'm not even that surprised. The concept is old. It's really fucking old. And like, it's not that, you know, it's not that we're not working on it. It's just yeah, you fucking would. You fucking would. Let's just be real here. He would. He so fucking would. It's so stupid because like it would be fun to watch. Yeah, they would definitely collapse, but then again, I don't think that behemoth would. But you will turn end up is still something I'd like to do one day. Ah! Yeah, I get you. Storytown, important paper transportation coming through. Approval rating is just enough. You can sway approval ratings with trees. People just like trees in this game. I mean, this is one that's perfectly weaving under everything. Damn. Oh, I need cash. Oh, yes. They are, truly, they are elves. Even when we get to work on that NSF. I mean, they want to do object data, new object data, so that's probably coming in the next month. So I will update you on that. God, no, 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 no. Ah. Justification. Okay, almost, I'd say. Almost. Yay. You know what? Every day I notice again that I really have not really that much overlapping interests with most of the lesbian community. I get it though. I get it. But like, it's, yeah. I'm quite sure I'm not most of the lesbian. Oh, you know what? I don't know. Listen. I get it. Even though I don't know how to put it in the best way. I genuinely follow. I follow a lot, and I see that I see these sentiments a lot. So I just find it funny how I'm just like, yeah, fine. Nothing appealing. Okay, it's loading up the paper. Our one factory is starting to produce a bunch of paper that we can then ship right to the printing presses where they need it the most. Big yay for the crocodile, indeed. really like the fact that, by the way, one of the things I really like in Transport Fever 3 is that when you actually build your, headquarters somewhere, it boosts the region, which is just, such a good mechanic. Okay, so... By the way, we still have not, so you can still showcase the roller coaster engine pushed to its very limits. Yes, ironically, this is one of those things Chris Sawyer was really proud of. And I get it. I really get it. It's just kind of funny how then the reaction to it was to the degree, ooh, the game looks outdated and boring and bad, and it's like... We need some purging in the Emperor's name. That's heresy. I mean, I get it. I get it to a big degree, though. Like, to the... I mean... I said it before, just like a month early, not month, 1 or 2 months earlier, Doom 3 came out. Doom 3. It's like one of the best looking games of all time. Still looks great today. Like, quite literally, it's so funny to put those into perspective and then be like, oh, Doom 3 came out. Oh yeah. And I still love it because, like, I think the interesting part is that, at least on the forum, because, like, people still love this game, you know? There's a big community, and like there's just there has been this discussion recently about, oh hey, young people do not care about graphics. People never cared about graphics. Like, okay, here are a few things, and trust me on this, by the way. I'd say when we grew up, there was a bit more of a fascination with graphical development in video games. Simply because it happened. You know? Like, if you just simply look at things like, for example, PS2 or PS3 and PS3 era, like what some of the early games on the PS2 looked like, and the late games, like the jump what you had from like early PS2 games to Final Fantasy XII. Gran Turismo 4 came out in 1080i. Like, Gran Turismo 4 looks great to this day. It's one of those, yep, they just made a fantastic looking game. That's one part I wanted to get at. Because, like, yeah, 3D was, a factor. And, like, the, reclaiming, like, the whole return of pixel art was later, but still. I remember where I saw it, but one of the discourse, I mean, there was an article posted last week or so about how even young gamers these days are gravitating towards more retro-looking games over the one that goes super hard on graphical fidelity. Yeah. I mean, that's true, but also the thing is, at that point, I do want to go up to the person who wrote that article and just slap them and be like, how the fuck do you not know that? Like, okay, listen. I think there are two factors for why people are probably shocked nowadays about this. Even though there are the same fucking factors that were at play back when, you know, we were teenagers. Because here's the thing. When we talk about what games do people play, okay? We can very easily just look at the ones that are popular. And back in the day, sure as hell, there were some popular games that looked good. But like, let's just, okay, you know what, let's just rip the band off. We all were piss poor, okay? We were fucking piss poor. If you wanted to play video games back in the day, and I mean that online, you had basically three choices, or two. You either had a console, and then also one of the reasons why I will keep reminding everyone that this day one, they sold more than the competitor. This is why most people bought the PS3. It was free to play. Online was free on the PS3. Quite simple. That's why people bought it. Like, it's stupidly easy. Anyway, the thing here is that if you wanted to play on, let's say, a PC, and for example, I had a laptop. Most kids, at least in boarding school, had a laptop. Or, you know, will have an alright PC. It was a highlight, yeah, the highlight from a GTC talk that that GDG said most people buy Heroes of Might and Magic 3, which is just like, yeah, they have good taste, no shit. Anyway, the thing is just, back in the day, like, oh, you want to play on your PC, what games can you play? Do you know why so many people are in the Doom community nowadays that weren't around when Doom released? Because we're poor. Most kids don't have enough money. You will have a kid that has like and basically alright PC. And what are they going to play on there? They're gonna play old shit. Mine was, well, Duke Nukem. I still stand by that. Great game. The thing is just, yeah, kids are poor. So we play games that don't need a lot of not a lot of power. Even on console. Just think about it for 1 second. What was, quite literally, the biggest game on consoles back in the day? Call of Duty. Call of Duty is not a hardware-hungry game. In relation, I guess, maybe to a degree. But no. Call of Duty is a relatively tame game. And one of the key things that I think people miss about that is that kids are playing games that don't need that much power. Sure shit, they did that back in the day as well. Call of Duty was popular. And that's the thing, by the way, on consoles, what were the most popular games on console? So they looked well, okay? They looked well. But aside from one that I know, none of the multiplayer games on console were like the graphical bombs, because the thing that people valued the most on console was split screen. And you still had leeway because the Xbox 360 was not that expensive, so the entry level to having solid looking games was lower. That's like number one of, oh shit, yeah, that makes a big difference nowadays. Okay? But now, more crucially even, you know what was the most popular game back then on PC? Wanna take a wild guess on that? What was the most popular PC game of our time? It was like a quite literal hype. Dota. Fucking Dota. A Swedish guy made a whole song about it. Yeah. A shitty Warcraft, like a jank as fuck Warcraft 3 mod that just became a phenomenon. I can't describe it any other way. Dota was a phenomenon, and it ran on everything. Because Warcraft 3, yeah, it was 3D, but holy shit, it was shit. Like, Warcraft 3 looked like ass. I'm not dissing it, it's just like, I'm sorry, Warcraft 3 was a janky mess that looked like ass. And I will not take anything else. It's the excuse. It just did. But yeah, also just, again, it looked like shit. It was just a janky-ass game. And you know what overtook Dota? League of Legends. League of Legends was, oh yeah, a janky mess that ran on every fucking potato of the day. So yeah, if someone comes at me and is like, wow, children are playing worse looking games, even though they have, yeah, no shit, we always did that. Like, no shit, doing that. Water's wet. Like, I'm still playing Locomotion to this day. And like, just to be even more clear here, remember what quite literally the most popular co-op game of the last decade is? Fucking Payday 2. Oh yeah, Diesel engine. That shit is ass. But it runs everywhere. Okay, truth be told, I shouldn't lean myself too much out of the window. Breaking news, children of poor people also do not have a lot of money. It's true. Hell, even children of relatively well-off families do not have that much money. Like, quite literally. For example, back in boarding school, you needed a laptop. I was at the lower end because I had to buy it myself because my parents were just like, well, if you want a laptop, you should fuck off. Everyone has that. They could have definitely just give me like 100 or 200 euros on top. I would have gotten a better one. Can I just point out that my parents are in hindsight just like the dumbest parents alive? Like, quite... What? In some areas, they were just like, are you drinking paint or do you really want to play? Like, there's a thing I just realized recently. There was a reason THV was an avid pirate. Oh, who are you talking to? Yaohar Fiddly. My favorite manga is One Piece. Anyway, the thing I want to point out is, when we talk about that, I just like realized recently there was this thing for like over a decade that my sister said I hated her and blamed everything on her. And like, this was bullshit. She's my sister. Like, I quite literally helped her. What? Oh, was it? Oh, it's sorry. Like, I literally like installed MMOs with her, like free-to-play ones that ran on our shitty PCs, so we could play together. Like, yeah, no, kind of weird. But you know, in hindsight, I feel like my parents really did everything they could to just like make me resent her on a very dumb level. Okay, what I mean by that, by the way, is this is gonna be okay, like, so basically my parents just kind of had the had this thing of, oh yeah, you know, if something is useful, I guess both our children should have it. And you know, they didn't have like the most money. That's fair, okay? It's just, imagine, with absolute laser focus, always buying the worst option for one child, and just apparently not getting it. Like, for example, oh yeah, you should have a phone, a mobile phone with you when you go to school. It's just kind of useful to have, you know? So I get a pretty normal Samsung one. Fine. What was that? Oh! My sister's getting the Motorola Razr 3. That is just looking better. It is more powerful. What are you thinking here right now? Oh, hey, you want a laptop? Yeah, you need to buy one yourself. So, you know, I literally save up fucking money, buy myself the one laptop that is in my fucking range, a laptop that, and I need to stress this here, barely ran Payday 1 and couldn't run Payday 2. Ass games. Christmas that same year. Oh yeah, we bought your sister also a new laptop. Hers is just better. How tone deaf can you be? Because like she didn't even need a laptop. She lived at home. I was in school, away. Again, I don't think they intended to, but holy shit, they were so ignorant about technology, they just made the dumbest decisions all the time. It's just so utterly fucking stupid. But yeah, I am just gonna be honest with you here. If you're a parent, I don't know who's watching my channel that wants to be a parent, but like, good lord, be a bit tech savvy, because you can make the dumbest decisions without knowing, and like, you do not want to have resentment between your children just because you were too fucking stupid to realize who might have gotten like a more powerful, because here's the thing, different stuff, one thing, but you need to just fucking keep in mind that they should at least be on a similar level tech-wise, because your children will know. Children will not really care about stuff like, oh hey, you know, playing games on the highest graphic, but again, if you have two, siblings will compare. Siblings will know, and siblings can harbor resentment. I'm just good.
I don't think we need to be tech savvy for the older child needs to make money herself.
That was just adding insult to injury, like truly.
Sorry, you don't need to be tech savvy for that. That's just very obvious different treatment.
Oh yeah, that was just like, damn. Gesundheit.
Dankeschön.
So back, yeah. Today is really the Agonia is ill day.
Oh.
But yeah, no shit, children will have like, will play with like, worse games, because worse games run well, and the only thing that changed from back then to now is remember when I said the entry to good-looking games was lower? Yeah. Again, you wanted to play games with other kids or online, and you wanted to have them look semi-well. You bought a console. And like, yeah, the PS3 was still a pretty expensive option, but like, let's just be real here for a second. Not that much. Like, you could get one later for 250 euros or so. And, like, kids bought the PS3 in droves. Like, and even without a PS3, oh hey, you bought an Xbox 360, cool. Now you can play Halo 3 with friends. And you know what? Halo 3 is a pretty fine game to play with friends. Looks even pretty good. As a complete package, like if you bought the game, you had the full game experience. Depends, but it's not that it's not as if kids like cared about that a lot. Like, let's just also be clear about that part, you know. Like, for example, Call of Duty. Remember during the time where, there were expansions. There were like starting to be like expansion packs. They happened. That's just not a thing people really cared about, you know. That's actually kind of a big deal to keep in mind. Like, again, one of them was literally, one of them was quite literally just a mod for a game that people handed around. There was a, not everyone had, for example, all the expansions in Battlefield 2. You know, except when you bought the whole complete package, because Gold editions were also just a thing that were shed out like 1 year later after launch or so. That happened. there's like a bunch of things on why people had games, but like also let's just put out a point, for example, to RTS. Warhammer 40k, Dawn of War, had 3 expansions, and you basically needed all of them to play all in multiplayer. Have all factions in multiplayer. And here's the thing: not everyone had Soulstorm. Not everyone gave a shit about Soulstorm. Not everyone had Dark Crusade. Not everyone gave a shit about Dark Crusade.
Or Winter Assault.
What?
Or Winter Assault.
Or Winter Assault, yeah. It's like expansions were one thing. They were not like bundled completely. Rarely would you see people have them individually. And again, on console, map packs, so little people actually gave a shit about, for example, like, you bought a Call of Duty game, okay? And you had map packs for 2 reasons, at least on the PS3, okay? Referring microtransaction cutoff features like remember the horse armor DLC. Oh, that part. I mean, I'd say the irony about microtransactions is it literally came from during that time, because the thing is, people wanted the new content, and so basically the deal, the trade-off was like, you know, some people pay microtransactions, but everyone will get maps, everyone will get the guns, everyone will get the content, and I'm gonna be honest with you here. That is a good trade-off. Like, for multiplayer games, as much as I like the old times, there were problems, and quite literally, if someone tells me, oh, Battlefield needs to go back to selling DLC packs, I'm just going like, are you stupid? Are you quite literally hemorrhaging intelligence right now? This is the dumbest thing to suggest, because paywalls were real back in the day, and they were not good. Like, paywalls were so not good on everything. But like, yeah, you could, even then you could ignore the horse armor. That's also just a thing. And like also those smaller expansion ones were actually a big thing where I would say some games became more affordable to a degree. Like, for example, a big thing I remember clearly was that a lot of times expansions didn't sell as well, like big ones, because a lot of people were like, why should I bother about it now? And I know one of the big, and there was an interview back in the day for Borderlands, you know, the first Borderlands, because people were like pretty shocked when they were like, oh yeah, we're going to release like a bunch of smaller DLCs. What are you doing? Train wrong. Okay, you know what? Okay, so that one works. What? Sorry, my train just started making dumb shit, so I'm like, what?
Oh no, I only had Dark Crusade for example.
Yeah, I mean...
So I only played Tau and Necrons.
Mm-hmm. I mean, did you really need more?
No, not really.
Different topic, but yeah.
Satcom I had both. I had the base game and the standalone expansion.
The train's just very enthusiastic, I guess, because the other ones are working, so I just should ignore it. But yeah, not everyone had all expansions. That was just a big thing back in the day, ironically. Then I'd say also a big part was just...
It needed to be worth it in the first place.
Yeah,
for example, like I found Dark Crusade in the media cheap section. I think 5 D-Mark. 5 or 10 D-Mark.
5 or 10 D-Mark, yeah. That's not a lot.
So it was my single player campaign thing, and I could play online, and then it said basically if you want to play the other races, factions, whatever, buy another game. Like, no, it's too expensive. Because they didn't get pocket money.
Yeah.
I only got birthday money. So my income was literally 8.3 something per year. Per month. Not per year, per month.
Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes expansions really were that's one of those things I want to point out. Like, sometimes expansions were like really important, but like again, we're talking children here. Even when we're talking about nowadays children being online, children are not the kind of people that like seek out specific information. Like, is this expansion an absolute vital part of the for example, Sims 4 experience? Like, no. Most children will, and I repeat that, just not care. But yeah, Agonia just had one thing, then they maybe bought... And like, Dark Crusade was actually the expansion for Dawn of War. That's where Dawn of War peaked. Like, yeah, there's a reason a lot of stuff changed, because like, for example, if you combine all the expansions overall that released, for example, for, well, Borderlands, they are good. They add a bunch to the game. But the reason, the main reason why Gearbox specifically said they are making smaller ones is because they were like, we can make them faster. They can actually just save money by not releasing them physically, or later bundling them, and they can sell them for $15. And people are like, oh, they sell you smaller stuff. Yeah, but it was cheaper. And like, I cannot stress enough how many children didn't have enough money to buy like expansions. Because basically, do you want to buy the expansion to your old game, or do you want to buy a new game? That was the thing you needed to keep in mind. This is also one of the reasons why League of Legends, in my opinion, exploded so much, because League of Legends was suddenly a game that you could keep playing with your friends, ran everywhere, and also you didn't need to buy shit. Look at Vampire Survivors being sold for like €3. Yeah. And no one fucking ever thanked Splattercat Gaming for putting it on the map. No, seriously, like, Vampire Survivors was basically a game that came out, and there was like this one YouTuber that just goes through the most obscure indie releases. And quite literally, they sold like nothing. They had like 3 players. He came in. A day later, they had 1,000 players. Agonia was one of them. And then a few days later, it exploded. Everyone was like, wow, we just all random. No, one YouTuber covered it. What? At least. And you could literally see his video coming out. And it was, from what we know, we looked up, the only video made on Vampire Survivors. And no fucking credentials to him. Like, I don't know if they ever did, but like, I'm gonna be honest with you here. if you collaborate with YouTubers on writing on other stuff, good for them. Fun for you. Maybe still put a little bit of respect to the one person that even enabled you to sell that much. I'm just pointing that out, by the way. But yeah, it's also just one of those, sometimes a game just needs the right audience at the right time and then it just pops up. But yeah, cheap games, big thing. Payday 2 came out, was a cheap game, and people keep saying, oh, they are so greedy. Listen, the reason people were able to keep playing Payday 2 was because the expansions were $5. Yeah, you could say some of the early ones were like, oh, you're putting shit in here that should be in the main game, basically. Like, you know, let's just actually look it up. Payday 2. I mean, it's currently on sale, probably still, but who cares? Yeah, view page. Oh, actually not on sale. Oh, it is on sale. It is on sale right now. Yeah, if you never played Payday 2, you can get it for $5 right now. Or just buy like the Legacy Collection for $25 and have everything. Again, who cares at this point? You probably will have some stuff of it or everything like me. Okay, yeah, so okay. First release, Armored Transport. So, this one is down. No, they already lowered that one. Let's hit the wiki. What? Okay, but okay, but here, okay, apparently it was, yeah, it was $5. So, you know, you got, you basically got the Armored Transport heists, which are fun, fantastic. Some of the best DLCs to this day. Ooh.
They also destroy you on SOD.
Yes, that makes them so fun. But yeah, you know, $5 for like masks, 5 heists, and then people were like, "Oh, this is greed." What are you talking about, you fucking idiots? Okay, now though, now the thing happened though where we'll say, okay, listen. This was weird. Because basically, wasn't that added in this one? Okay, I just need to quite literally look up on which yeah, the mod Korea. This was the 4th one. Because basically they were like, hey, let's release some weapon packs. This was the 2nd and 3rd DLC. And they cost like $3, $2 to $3. Yeah, $2 to $3 for grenades and guns, but like, okay, don't buy them. Like, I know people want everything. Yeah, have a good night. We're gonna end this one soon anyway. I know that people have the whole thing, but like the whole of the Gauge mod career job DLC for $3, by the way. It was just 3. That's not like killing you. That was the one where I'm like, really, the whole getting attachments for guns without the card system was a DLC. But generally, those prices didn't kill anyone. That's why people kept buying the game. Anyway, yeah, everyone, this was still very fun. It was pretty fun. We will continue this one soon. Because while we are printing a lot here already, we need to print more. And we need to print harder. And we need to deliver the Yuri across the world. So next time, more work on this. When will that be? I don't know. Tomorrow should be Wiki 3, depending on how well Agonia feels. So if you're there, that will be great. If that happens, it will be great. Otherwise, you will hear from us if we're going to play something different. Alright then, have a wonderful time, good evening, and goodbye.